Welcome back to episode 40 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we're back out in our 250-acre mega field as we continue planting this massive field full of winter wheat. And with winter right around the corner, we're officially racing against time to get this crop in the ground. Last episode was one of the biggest field prep operations we've ever run on this farm. We pulled out nearly every piece of equipment we own to get this entire 250-acre field ready for planting before winter arrives. We started off by spreading over 500,000 liters of liquid manure across the entire field using our 2GA liquid manure spreaders, giving the soil a strong boost in nitrogen. After that, we followed it up by running our DN345 dry box spreader across the field to apply lime, raising the pH levels and making sure this ground is in perfect condition for planting. Once both the manure and lime were applied, we brought in our John Deere 9570 RT hooked up to our brand new Hillco HC1010 Harrow. This new setup has been an absolute game changer, allowing us to mulch, cultivate, and incorporate everything into the soil all in one pass. With an 84-foot working width and running at speeds up to 20 kilometers per hour, this Harrow has been covering ground much faster than our old setup and has already proven to be a massive upgrade. Once we had a good portion of the field worked up, it was finally time to bring in the main event. Our brand new Case Quadtrac 785 paired with the massive Vaderstad Seed Hawk 980, along with a 9,000-gallon fertilizer caddy. With this setup, we officially kicked off planting this entire mega field full of winter wheat. To kick things off today, we'll be jumping straight back into the Quadtrac 785 and continuing the seeding operation right where we left off. The goal is simple: get this entire 250-acre field planted, but with it now being the end of October, we're quickly running out of time before the planting window closes. After we make a few more passes, we're going to run into our first challenge. We're actually still running on leftover seed from last season, which means we'll be running low very quickly. Once the tank starts getting close to empty, I'll pull the Quadtrac over to the edge of the field where we still have some equipment sitting idle from the manure and lime operation. At that point, I'll send all of that equipment back to the farm to get everything washed up and parked away for the season. Meanwhile, we'll keep a couple of our semi-trucks out in the field, swap out the manure tankers, and hook up our Merit grain trailer along with our Fruhauf liquid fertilizer tender. From there, we'll make a run down to the local co-op, get fully loaded up with seed and fertilizer, and bring everything back out to the field so we can refill our Seed Hawk and get back to work. Once the seeder is fully loaded, we should have more than enough capacity to finish planting this entire field without stopping again. From there, it's full focus on keeping the Quadtrac moving and getting every last acre seeded before winter arrives. The pressure is on, the clock is ticking, and we've got a massive field left to finish. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 41 here on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. Today is a big one as we wrap up one of the largest field operations we've taken on so far and kick off a brand new phase for the farm. We're finishing up planting our massive 250-acre mega field, and right after that, we're finally going to start selling off everything that we harvested throughout year 2, which means millions of dollars are about to start moving through this farm. Over the past few episodes, we've put in a ton of work transforming this 250-acre field from start to finish. We kicked things off by hauling out and spreading over 500,000 liters of liquid manure using our 2GA manure spreaders. Then not only boosted the nitrogen levels in the soil, but it also freed up a huge amount of space back at the dairy farm for our 1,400 cows. Once that was done, we moved in with the John Deere DN 345 spreader and laid down lime across the entire field to bring those pH levels back up. From there, we brought in our brand new Hillco HC1010 Harrow to work everything into the soil and break down all of the leftover corn stalks from our fall harvest. After all of that prep work was complete, it was finally time to bring in the big guns. We hooked up our brand new Case Quadtrac 785 to the massive Seed Hawk 980 air seeder and began planting winter wheat across this entire 250-acre field. It's been a huge operation from start to finish, and now we're down to the final stretch. To kick things off today, we're jumping right back into the Case Quadtrac 785 sitting behind me and getting straight to work finishing off the last remaining acres. The only ground left to cover is along the headlands, so we'll be taking the Seed Hawk 980 around the edges of this field and making sure every last acre gets planted. This field has come a long way in just a short amount of time. Not too long ago, we were out here harvesting corn, and now we've completely turned it over, prepped it, and nearly finished planting it with winter wheat, all within a very tight window before winter sets in. And honestly, it's looking like we're just barely going to get this done in time. Once the planting is fully complete, we'll start wrapping up this entire operation. All of our semi-trucks that are currently staged out here in the field will be heading back to the mega dairy farm, and we'll begin hauling the Quadtrac and the Seed Hawk back as well. After that, it's time to wash everything up, unload any remaining seed, and get all of this equipment parked away in the sheds for the winter. But we're not slowing down for long. Once everything is cleaned up and put away, we'll jump into the Chevy Silverado, head back over to the farmhouse, and fast forward into late November. That's when things start to get really interesting because grain prices begin to rise, and it's finally time to start selling. Right now, we've got over $4 million worth of grain sitting in our silos. We're talking nearly 2 million liters of corn, over 400,000 liters of oats, 450,000 liters of soybeans, and another 500,000 liters of wheat, all ready to be hauled out and sold. We're going to kick things off by setting up all 3 of our semi-trucks to start hauling corn to the local grain elevator. 2 of those trucks will be running on auto drive, fully automated, loading up at the silos, hauling to the elevator, selling, and coming right back, while I take control of the 3rd truck and keep things moving manually. After we get a few loads sold and start bringing in some serious money, we're heading straight to the dealership to pick up a 4th semi-truck. Once that's added to the fleet, all of our grain trucks will be fully automated, and that's going to free us up to start another major job. On top of all the grain selling, we've also got over 300,000 liters of milk ready to go. So with that new truck, we'll hook up the Walker food grade tanker and start hauling milk down to the dairy, adding even more income to the farm as we close out year 2 and head into winter. So we got a massive day ahead, finishing off a 250-acre planting operation, putting equipment away for the season, and then kicking off a huge grain and milk selling operation worth millions of dollars. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 42 here on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we're closing in on the end of year 3. But before we wrap things up and head into next year, we've got one massive task left to take care of. We still have nearly 2 million liters of grain sitting in our silos from our year 2 fall harvest. And today we're going to be hauling every last bit of it into town to be sold off for what should be another huge payday. Over the past few episodes, we've been hard at work getting everything set up for this moment. Last episode, we wrapped up planting our biggest field on the farm, a 250-acre mega field, which we managed to get fully seeded with winter wheat just in time before winter rolled in. Once that was finished, we brought all of our equipment back to the yard, got everything cleaned up and parked away, and then advanced time in late December. As we moved into the end of the year, grain prices at the local elevators started to climb. And that's when it was time to fire everything back up and begin moving product. We got our fleet of semi-trucks rolling, hauling load after load of corn into town to start bringing in some serious money. After a few deliveries and a bit of cash flow coming in, we made another big move and expanded the fleet by picking up a 4th semi-truck. That gave us the ability to split our operation, keeping 3 trucks focused on hauling grain, while the new truck took on a second job hauling milk from the dairy to the local processing plant. To kick things off today, we're going to jump back into that brand new Kenworth T800 and continue hauling a few more loads of milk into town. While we're doing that, our 3 grain trucks will be running non-stop on auto drive, continuing to move corn out of our silos and into the elevator. At this point, we're still sitting on a massive stockpile. Over 800,000 liters of corn, 540,000 liters of wheat, and another 420,000 liters of oats. And the goal for today is to get all of it sold off before we end the episode. We'll start by finishing off the corn, then switch the trucks over to oats, and finally wrap things up with the wheat. By the time everything is sold, we're expecting to bring in well over $2.5 million, which is going to set us up very nicely as we head into the next year. Once we've hauled a few loads of milk and brought in some extra profit, we'll get that truck set up on auto drive as well, allowing all 4 trucks to run fully automated. From there, we'll check in on the grain hauling operation and make sure everything is running smoothly as they continue working through the remaining loads. But while all of that is happening, we've got another major job to take care of back at the farm. Our 1,400 dairy cows have officially run out of feed. After advancing time, they've completely gone through all of the total mixed rations we had prepared. So today we need to get back on top of feeding before things get out of hand. We'll fire up both of our mixing trucks and get them set up on auto drive, running a loop between the commodity shed and the dairy barn. They'll be loading up with silage, hay, straw, and mineral feed, mixing it all together and delivering it straight into the feed troughs before heading back to reload and repeat the process. My goal for today is to build up a solid stockpile of TMR, at least 400,000 liters, to fill the feed storage and give us enough to get through a good portion of the winter. It may not last the entire season, but it should be enough to keep things running smoothly until we can produce more. While we're working in the commodity shed, I'll also be making a few adjustments to improve efficiency, reorganizing some of the storage areas for hay and straw so we can cut down on downtime and keep the mixing process running faster. Once the cows are taken care of and the feeding operation is running smoothly, we'll head back out to check on our trucks as they finish up selling off the remaining grain. At that point, we'll likely jump into one of the semis and help deliver the final loads into town to wrap everything up. After all of the grain is sold and the trucks are emptied out, we'll bring everything back to the farm, get all of our equipment washed up and parked away in the sheds, and officially shut things down for the winter. From there, we'll head back up to the farmhouse and advance time through the winter months as we prepare to kick off another big year here on a mega dairy farm. So we've got a huge day ahead, selling off millions of liters of grain, bringing in a massive payday, and making sure our dairy cows are fully fed and ready for winter. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Welcome back to episode 43 on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we've officially kicked off year 3 here on the farm. And that means it's time to get back out into the fields and start preparing our massive acreage for spring planting. Over the past couple of years, this operation has grown in a huge way. We started out with just a few hundred acres, and now we're farming nearly 1,000 acres across this map. On top of that, the dairy side of the farm has expanded massively as well. We're now up to 1,400 dairy cows, and keeping up with a herd that size is a full-time job on its own. Toward the end of year 2, we really dialed in our liquid manure operation. With multiple tanker trailers running back and forth, we're now able to keep our 2 GEA spreaders constantly supplied right on the field edge. That system has been working extremely well and has allowed us to spread hundreds of thousands of liters quickly and efficiently. But as we head into year 3, it's time to shift our focus and upgrade another key part of the farm, our solid manure operation. Up until now, we've been running our 2 JBS 2248 spreaders, and while they've done a great job, they're starting to fall behind with the scale of this operation. So today, we're stepping things up in a big way. We'll be investing in a couple of massive new manure spreaders, along with some large end dump semi-trailers that will allow us to haul and stockpile manure directly at the field edges. This is going to completely change how we operate. Instead of constantly driving back and forth, we'll be able to build large stockpiles in the field and keep our spreaders running nonstop, which should massively increase our efficiency heading into planting season. To kick things off, we'll be jumping into our 2 Kenworth T800 semi-trucks behind us and heading down to the dealership to pick up a pair of superior in-dump trailers. Each trailer can hold up to 87,000 liters, meaning every trip will be hauling 174,000 liters of manure out to the field. That's a huge upgrade compared to what we've been working with. Once we got the new trailers back at the dairy farm, we'll fire up the Volvo L 180H wheel loader and start loading them up for the first time. Even though we advanced through winter and had a bit of downtime, the dairy farm didn't slow down at all. The cows have been fed all winter long thanks to the massive TMR stockpile we built. And in that time, they produced over 1.3 million liters of manure. I even placed a 3rd manure heap before advancing time, and all 3 are now completely full. So we've got plenty to work with today. We'll be kicking off our year 3 spreading operation in Field 12, which is one of the mega fields we created last year. At over 150 acres, it's going to take a massive amount of manure to cover the entire field. But with the stockpile we've got and the new equipment we're bringing in, we should be more than ready for it. We'll start by hauling manure out and building up a large pile on the field edge. Once we got a good stockpile going, I'll check back in and explain what the next steps are going to be for this operation going forward. We've got a big day ahead of us as we kick off year 3 with some major upgrades and start spreading hundreds of thousands of liters of manure across our mega fields. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. With just those 2 trailers unloaded, we've already got 174,000 liters of solid manure stockpiled here in the field and ready to go. That's a great start, but we're not stopping there. We'll send both trucks back to the farm to get loaded up again. And once they return with a second load, that'll bring our total stockpile up to 348,000 liters. That should give us a really solid pile to work from and might even be close to enough to cover this entire field. While the trucks are heading back for another load, we'll get everything else moving into position. Once they're filled up again, I'll set both semis up on auto drive so they can make their way back down here to field 12 and wait for us to arrive. When they get here, we'll dump those trailers and combine everything into one massive pile, setting us up perfectly to kick off the spreading operation. With the hauling side underway, it's time to get our equipment ready. I'll head back to the sheds and fire up our John Deere 9570 RT and the Case Quadtrac 785. These are the 2 biggest, highest horsepower tractors we got on the farm, and we're going to need every bit of that power to handle the massive spreaders we're picking up today. Once both tractors are fueled up and ready, we'll also get them set up on auto drive and send them down to the dealership to grab our new manure spreaders. And while all of that is happening, I'll jump into another semi-truck, hook up one of our Demco drop deck trailers, and load up the Volvo L180H wheel loader. We'll transport that straight out to field 12 so it's ready to go, because once those spreaders arrive, we'll need to start loading manure right away and get this operation moving at full speed. that we've got all of our equipment moved down to field 12, and we've built up a stockpile of 348,000 liters of solid manure on the edge of the field, we're just about ready to get this operation fully underway. The final piece of the puzzle is waiting for us back at the dealership, where our John Deere 9570 RT and Case Quadtrac 785 are ready to go. We'll head over there now to pick up our brand new manure spreaders, and once we've got those, everything will be in place to kick this operation off. And this is a major upgrade. After selling off our two JBS 2248 spreaders, we're stepping things up in a big way by bringing in two of the largest manure spreaders available, the Vaderstad Constructor spreaders. Each one of these holds 60,000 liters, meaning with both of them running, we'll have a total capacity of 120,000 liters. That's a huge jump compared to what we've been using, and it's going to make a massive difference when it comes to covering these big fields efficiently. Once we purchase the new spreaders, we'll get them hooked up to both tractors and make our way back over to field 12. From there, I'll start setting up course play routes so both tractors can work side by side and cover this entire field as efficiently as possible. At the same time, I'll also create an auto drive route right alongside our manure pile. This will allow both tractors to automatically pull up when their spreaders run empty. And from there, I'll jump into the Volvo L180H wheel loader and get them reloaded straight from stockpile. This new setup should completely transform our solid manure operation, allowing us to keep the spreaders running continuously while minimizing downtime and making it much easier to handle millions of liters across these massive fields. Everything is just about ready to go. Let's get these new spreaders hooked up, dial in the system, and see how they perform as we start spreading manure across our mega field for the first time. Welcome back to episode 44 here on the Courtland, Minnesota for Mega Dairy Farm. Today we're right back out in the fields continuing our spring field prep for year 3. And that means one thing. We're going all in on solid manure spreading as we get these fields ready for another round of crops. Last episode was a big one as we made a massive investment into upgrading this entire operation. After spending over $700,000, we brought in 2 of the largest solid manure spreaders in the game, along with a pair of brand new superior in-dump trailers. And already, this setup is proving to be a huge upgrade. Each one of these spreaders holds 60,000 liters, which means with both of them running together, we're putting down 120,000 liters of manure at a time. And when you see them working side by side, they are covering some serious ground. On top of that, the new in-dump trailers have been a game changer for hauling. With a capacity of 87,000 liters each, we're able to move massive amounts of manure out of the dairy and into the fields much faster, creating large stockpiles that we can continuously load into our spreaders without slowing things down. Now here in this 150-acre field, we've already made some really solid progress. Between both spreaders, we've put down over 250,000 liters of manure so far, but we're not quite finished yet. We've still got a few passes left, along with the headlands, before this field is completely wrapped up. So to kick things off today, we're going to jump into the Volvo L180H wheel loader, start scooping up manure, and get both spreaders fully loaded back up. Once they're ready, we'll send both the Case Quadtrac 785 and the John Deere 9570 RT back out on course play so they can finish off the rest of this field. And after that, we've got something a little different planned. We're going to hop into the Chevy Silverado and take a trip across the map to check out a new piece of land that I've been looking at purchasing. After selling off all of our grain over the winter, we've got over $2 million sitting in the bank, and I think it's time we put that money back into the farm. There's a 150-acre field on the north side of the map that has caught my attention, and if everything checks out, this could be a perfect addition to the operation as we continue expanding here in year 3. So for now, let's get these spreaders refilled, get them back out into the field, and finish up this 150-acre job, and then we'll start making our way over to take a look at that new land. Once we arrive at the new field, I'll check back in and explain what the plan for the day is going forward. Let's get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota, 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. All right, so we've made it over to the new piece of land that I've been looking at. And this right here is going to be field 63. This field comes in at just under 145 acres, and it's going to cost us a little over $1.2 million. Now, that is definitely not a small investment, but at the same time, adding nearly 150 more acres to this operation is going to be huge for us as we continue to scale up the mega dairy farm. Taking a look at the soil, the pH levels are actually in pretty good shape, so we shouldn't need to worry about lime right away for the first crop. But the nitrogen levels are sitting at 0, which gives us a perfect opportunity to jump right back into manure spreading and really take advantage of everything we've got stored back at the farm. We've still got around 900,000 liters of solid manure sitting at the dairy. So bringing this field into the operation gives us another massive area where we can put that manure to good use and boost our yields going into this season. Now with that done, let's head back over and check in on our spreading operation. At this point, both spreaders should be finishing up the final passes and getting into the headlands on that 150-acre field. We'll jump back into the Volvo L180H, clean up the rest of that manure pile sitting on the edge of the field, and get both spreaders topped off one last time so they can finish the job without stopping. Once that field is fully wrapped up, we'll go ahead and load the wheel loader onto the step deck trailer and haul it back to the mega dairy farm. And from there, we're going to shift gears and start preparing for the next phase. We'll begin loading up both of our Superior in-dump trailers with manure and start hauling it over here to field 63 so we can build up a massive stockpile right on site. That way, when we bring the spreaders over, everything will already be staged and ready to go, and we can hit the ground running on this new field without wasting any time. This is where the operation really starts to scale up. Let's get back and keep things moving. All right, so now that we got both of those in dump trailers loaded up from our solid manure storage back at the Mega Dairy Farm, that's another 174,000 liters of manure heading out to the fields, which is a pretty massive amount in just one trip. Before we send them straight over to the new field, though, I've actually routed both trucks back over to Field 12 just to double check that our spreaders had enough material to fully finish that job. If everything looks good once they arrive, we'll go ahead and send both trucks on their way over to our new field, where we'll start dumping loads and building up a large on-site stockpile of manure. Now, while we're still back here at the farm, we're not going to waste any time. I'm going to fire up the Case IH Steiger 535, get hooked up to our Hillco HC1010 Harrow cart, and send that setup down to Field 12 as well. Once both spreaders have completely finished up and cleared out of the field, we'll jump into that tractor, get a course set up, and start working the ground. This pass is going to do a lot for us. It's going to work all that manure and lime into the soil, improve our field conditions, and at the same time mulch everything down to leave us with a really clean, well-prepared seedbed for planting. So while one part of the operation is moving manure around, the other side is already getting a head start on field prep. And that's exactly how we want to keep things running here. Let's keep everything moving and get this next stage underway. So now that our manure spreading operation is completely finished up on field 12, we've gone ahead and moved everything over here to field 63. And we've already got the first couple trailer loads dumped and ready to go. But before we jump straight into spreading, I want to take a little bit of time to properly stage this operation. Right now, we've only got a small pile started, but with this field's nitrogen levels sitting at 0, we're going to be putting down a lot more manure here compared to what we just did on field 12. So instead of constantly hauling back and forth, the plan is to build up a large stockpile right here on the field so we can keep both spreaders running continuously without any downtime. What I'm aiming for is at least 6 full trailer loads brought over here. That should put us at well over 500,000 liters of solid manure staged and ready to go. And that should be more than enough to fully cover this entire field and get it prepped for planting. Once we got that stockpile built up, that's when we'll really kick this operation into gear. I'll get both the Case Quadtrac 785 and the John Deere 9570 RT set up on a brand new courseplay course for field 63 so they can start working efficiently across the entire field. And to keep everything running smoothly, I'm also going to set up a dedicated auto drive route inside the field. The idea is to have both tractors automatically pull up to the stockpile, wait in position, and then I'll use the Volvo L 180H loader to quickly load them up with manure. Once they're full, they'll head right back out into the field, pick up exactly where they left off, and continue spreading, creating a constant, uninterrupted workflow. That way, we've got one part of the operation focused on loading and the other focused on spreading, all working together at the same time. This is where having the right system in place really starts to pay off. Big equipment, big fields, and everything running as efficiently as possible. Let's get a few more loads hauled in and start building up this stockpile. right, so now that we've managed to get 6 full trailer loads hauled over here to Field 63, we got a really solid stockpile built up and ready to go, which means it's finally time to get this manure spreading operation fired back up. Before we can do that though, we need to bring in our loader. So I'm going to get the Volvo L180H loaded back up onto the step deck trailer, haul it over here to Field 63, and that's going to be the key piece of equipment for keeping everything moving. Once it's on site, we'll be able to quickly load manure straight from the stockpile into both spreaders and keep them running without any delays. And honestly, as this farm continues to grow, this is one area where I think we could really benefit from another upgrade. Having a second large wheel loader would make a huge difference. Keeping one station in the field while the other stays back at the dairy would allow us to run everything much more efficiently without constantly moving equipment back and forth. But for now, this setup is still working really well, and we're able to keep things moving at a pretty good pace. Once we get over to Field 63, we'll unload the wheel loader, get both of our massive manure spreaders fully topped up, and then finally start laying down manure across this entire field. And this is where things really start to come together. Between the size of this field and the amount of manure we've staged here, we're going to be spreading hundreds of thousands of liters and covering a serious amount of ground in a short time. This is exactly what expanding the farm is all about. Bigger fields, bigger equipment, and bigger workloads. Let's get this loader moved over and get this operation rolling. Well, guys, that is going to wrap things up for today's episode here on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. We made some really solid progress today. Finishing up manure, spreading on field 12, getting that ground fully worked up and ready for planting, and then making a huge investment by purchasing field 63 and adding nearly 150 acres to the farm. On top of that, we got a full manure operation moved over here, built up a massive stockpile, and now we've officially started spreading on this brand new field. This is exactly the kind of expansion we've been working toward. Bigger fields, more capacity, and putting all of our equipment to work at a much larger scale. Next episode, we're going to keep pushing hard here on field 63, get this entire field fully spread, and continue working our way through spring field prep so we can start planting as soon as possible. Everything is starting to come together here in year 3, and things are only going to keep getting bigger from here. Welcome back to episode 45 here on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. Today we're back out in the fields continuing our spring field prep for year 3. And we're focusing all of our attention on this brand new mega field as we work to get it fully ready for its very first crop. Over the past couple episodes, we've been extremely busy getting everything lined up for planting, and a huge part of that has been completely upgrading our solid manure spreading operation. After investing over $700,000, we brought in brand new high-capacity in-dump trailers along with 2 of the largest manure spreaders in the world. And already, this setup has completely transformed how this operation runs. Each of our in-dump trailers holds 87,000 liters, allowing us to haul massive amounts of manure out from the dairy and stage it directly on our fields as large stockpiles. And that's what keeps everything moving. But the real stars of the show are our Vaderstad EV2200 manure spreaders. Each one holds 60,000 liters, which means with both of them running together, we're putting down 120,000 liters of manure at a time. On top of that, they're capable of spreading up to 18 meters wide. So when we got both machines running side by side, we're covering a huge amount of ground with every single pass. Now today, we're putting this entire system to work. We're back here on the new 150-acre field that we purchased last episode, a field that cost us about $1.25 million, and now it's time to turn that investment into productive ground. Our goal is to get this entire field fully covered with manure so we can build up those nitrogen levels and get it ready for planting. To do that, we've got both of our biggest tractors out here. I'll be running the Case Quadtrac 785, while the John Deere 9570 RT is fully automated using courseplay and auto drive. The system we've got set up is extremely efficient. As soon as that John Deere runs empty, auto drive will take over, bring it back to the manure pile, and wait for me to load it back up with a Volvo L180H wheel loader. Once it's full, the worker jumps right back in and continues spreading exactly where it left off. Meanwhile, I'll be running alongside it with the Quadtrac, keeping both spreaders moving and covering as much ground as possible. Out here on the edge of the field, we've already got about 250,000 liters of manure staged, plus another 174,000 liters sitting in our trucks. So we've got a lot of material ready to go. The big question is it going to be enough to cover this entire 150-acre field? And while all of that is happening, we've got another operation running across the map. Our Case Steiger 535 is currently out working on tillage with the Hillco HC1010 Harrow, finishing up another 150-acre field where we previously spread manure. Once we finish up here, the tractor will be making its way over to this field as well to work all of this manure into the soil and get everything fully prepped for planting. So everything is in motion right now, multiple fields, multiple machines, and a lot of work to get done. For now, let's fire up both spreaders, get out into the field, and see if we got enough manure to cover all 150 acres. Let's get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. right, just like that, we've got both of our massive Brochard manure spreaders fully refilled once again. That's another 120,000 liters of manure loaded up and ready to go. We'll hop back into the Case Quadtrac 785, get lined up with our next pass, and get both spreaders back out into the field to keep this operation moving. And looking out across the field, we've made some really solid progress so far. We're sitting at roughly half of this 150-acre field already covered, and with both spreaders running side by side like this, you can really start to see just how efficient this setup has become. We're covering a huge amount of ground with every pass, and everything is flowing really smoothly between loading and spreading. But now we're starting to run into the next challenge. Our manure stockpile is definitely starting to shrink. It's becoming pretty clear that we're going to have to start relying on what we've still got sitting in those dump trailers. So very soon here, we're going to need to get those trucks unloaded and add the rest of that manure to the pile so we can keep both spreaders running without interruption. And this is where things get interesting. We're at that point where we've made great progress, but now it's a bit of a question mark. Do we actually have enough manure on site to finish this entire 150-acre field today? We've still got a decent amount left between the trailers and what's left in the pile, but with how much ground is still ahead of us, it's going to be close. So for now, let's get back out there, keep both spreaders running at full capacity, and see just how far this last bit of manure is going to take us. Let's get after it. That's another 2 full loads spread out across the field, which means we just put down another 120,000 liters of manure, and we're getting very close to wrapping this field up. For now, let's head back over to the Volvo L180H so we can get both spreaders loaded up once again and keep this operation moving. But taking a look at the pile, we're starting to run into a bit of a problem. It's pretty clear at this point that what's left in this stockpile isn't going to be enough to fully refill both spreaders. So we're going to have to bring the rest of the manure from our trucks and build that pile back up. So here's how we're going to handle it. I'm going to let the John Deere 9570 RT pull in first, get it fully loaded, and send it right back out into the field so we can keep at least one spreader running at all times. No sense having both machines sitting still if we can keep one working. Once that tractor is back out spreading, I'll switch over and fire up both of our Kenworth T800 semi-trucks, get them backed into position, and start unloading both end dump trailers right here on the field. That's going to add another 174,000 liters of manure to our stockpile, which should give us a really solid chance of finishing this entire field without having to make another trip back to the dairy. And honestly, it's starting to look like this might come down to the wire. We got just enough material left where it might cover the rest of the field, but we won't know for sure until we get those final passes done. Once both trucks are emptied out, I'll jump back into the wheel loader, get the Case Quadtrac 785 fully loaded up, and then head back out into the field to line up alongside the 9570 RT. From there, it's just about finishing strong, covering those last few strips, and seeing if we can stretch this final bit of manure far enough to complete the entire 150 acres. Let's get these trucks unloaded, get everything topped back up, and see if we got just enough to finish this field. think it's finally safe to say we're going to have more than enough manure to finish this entire field. And honestly, that's a huge relief. We've been pushing this pretty close the whole time, but it looks like we're actually going to come out with a little bit left over, which is definitely not a bad problem to have. At this point, the majority of the field is fully covered and everything is looking really good. All that's left now are the headlands around the edges, so we'll get both spreaders lined up and start working our way around the outside to finish things off cleanly. Once those headlands are done, this entire 150-acre field will officially be fully spread and ready for the next stage. After we wrap that up, we'll bring both spreaders back over to the pile and load up any remaining manure that we've got sitting here on the field. No point in leaving anything behind. From there, instead of hauling it all the way back to the dairy, we're going to make one more stop on the way home. I'll send both tractors over to field 20, which is a smaller 70-acre field just on the way back to the farm. Now, we won't have enough manure left to fully cover that field, but we might as well put everything we've got to use and at least get some nutrients worked into the soil before planting. So we'll get both tractors set up, spread whatever manure we've got left in the tanks, and make the most out of every last liter. Once everything is emptied out, we'll send all of our trucks and tractors back toward the mega dairy farm. But we're not done just yet. At this point, our Case IH 535 should be wrapping up its tillage job just across the road. So we're going to get that tractor fired up and sent over here to field 63, the field we just finished spreading. I'll follow behind in the Chevy Silverado, and once we arrive, we'll jump straight into tillage. This is the final step. We'll work all of that manure into the soil, get the field fully prepped, and once that's done, this field will be completely ready for planting. And come April, we'll be bringing out the planters and putting our first crop in the ground on this brand new field. Everything is coming together right now. Let's finish off these headlands and keep this operation moving. Well, guys, that is going to wrap things up for today's episode here on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. We had a really productive day out in the fields, getting this entire 150-acre field fully spread with manure, and honestly, it worked out just about perfectly. We ended up having just enough material on site to finish the job, and even managed to use up the extra on the way back. This new manure system is working exactly how we hoped. Between the end dump trailers, the loader, and both of our spreaders running together, we've been able to cover a huge amount of ground in a short amount of time. And now, to finish things off, we got the Case HC1010 out here running tillage, working all of that manure into the soil and getting this field fully prepped. Once the tillage is all wrapped up, this field will be 100% ready to go, which means next episode, it's time. We'll finally be bringing out the planters and kicking off planting for year 3. And with the size of this farm now, it's going to be one of our biggest planting seasons yet. Everything is starting to come together. Fields are prepped, systems are dialed in, and we're ready to start putting crops in the ground. If you guys... Welcome back to episode 46 of the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. In today's episode, April has finally arrived once again, which means it's officially time to get the planter out and start getting our crops in the ground for year 3. Over the past couple of episodes, we've made some major upgrades to our mega dairy farm. We recently brought in 2 of the largest manure spreaders on the market, and we've been putting them to work in a big way. At one point, we had over 1.5 million liters of manure built up at the dairy, and we needed to get all of that hauled out and spread across our fields. So far, we've managed to spread manure on over 400 acres of land, including our 200-acre mega field and the brand new 200-acre field that we purchased a couple episodes back. That manure spreading took a lot of time and effort, but it's already paying off. We've freed up a ton of space back at the dairy, which should help everything run much smoother for the rest of year 3. And at the same time, we've significantly improved the soil conditions across our fields heading into planting. Once the manure spreading was wrapped up, we shifted gears into tillage. Right behind me, we've got our Case HC1010 which has been running our tillage operation using the Hillco HC1010 Harrow cart. This setup has already worked up our 200-acre mega field, incorporating all of that lime and manure into the soil and creating ideal conditions for planting. Now the Steiger is sitting here in our newest 200-acre field, and today we're going to get that finished up so we can move in with the planter. To kick things off today, we're going to jump into the Case HC1010, get it turned around and lined up on its next pass, and then we'll re-engage course play so a hired worker can take over and finish working up this field. From there, I'll hop into the Chevy Silverado and start heading back toward the mega farm. But first, we're going to make a quick stop at the dealership. With planting starting today, I've decided to make a small but important upgrade to our operation. Last year, we were using our Volvo semi-truck with the Winkler grain box to refill our planter, and while it worked, it definitely wasn't the most efficient setup. So this year, we're going to simplify things by picking up a J&M-LC 390 seed tender, which should give us plenty of capacity to keep our John Deere DB 120 planter filled up and running without all the hassle. Once we've got the seed tender, we'll head back to the farmyard where we've still got a few things to take care of before we can officially start planting. All of our manure spreading equipment is still sitting out in the driveway from last episode, so we need to get everything washed up and put away. But we're starting to run into a bit of a space issue. Our sheds are getting pretty full, so I think it's finally time to build another equipment shed, specifically for our manure and slurry equipment. I don't want to spend too much money on it, so we'll look for something simple that still gives us enough space to store everything properly. Once the new shed is built, I'll start washing and reorganizing equipment around the yard so we can get everything cleaned up and parked away. After that, we'll start getting our planting setup ready. We'll grab our Case Quadtrac 785 and hook it up to the John Deere DB 2048 row planter. And I'll also get one of our semi-trucks hooked up to our liquid fertilizer trailer. Now, a lot of our fields already have manure applied, so we won't need nearly as much fertilizer this year, but we'll still carry some on the planter to make sure we hit the optimal nitrogen levels. That should help us reduce downtime and keep the planter running longer between refills. Once everything is ready to go, we'll send the entire planting setup over to Field 11, which is our massive mega field that we created by merging multiple fields together. For year 3, the plan is to plant 5 fields with corn, totaling nearly 700 acres. And this first field alone is over 200 acres, so it's going to be a big start to the season. We're also running the row crop system mod created by Thunder again this year. So it'll be great to see our massive 48 row planter back out in the field planting with this setup. We've got a lot to get done today, finishing tillage, building a new shed, organizing the yard, and officially kicking off spring planting for year 3. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota, 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Well, just like that, we've managed to knock out a few big chores off the list for today. Our brand new 50 by 170 equipment shed is now fully built, and we got all of our liquid and solid manure spreaders moved in and organized, and we still got plenty of room left over in there, which is great to see as this farm continues to grow. On top of that, we also got our in-dump trailers parked away in the truck shed after doing a bit of rearranging with everything we've got stored in there. So overall, the yard is looking a lot more organized now, and everything is finally where it should be. Now it's time to shift our focus over to the next big job, getting our corn planting operation up and running. I'm going to start by sending the Case Quadtrac 785 along with the Kenworth T800 over to our 200-acre mega field. And that's where we'll officially kick off planting for year 3. Altogether this season, we've got 5 fields to plant with corn, adding up to nearly 700 acres. And we're going to start things off in the biggest field right away. Once we get over to the field, I'll set up a course play course for the Quadtrac. But for this first field, I'm mainly going to be using it as a GPS guide, since I'll be doing all of the planting myself. And with this massive John Deere DB1 2048 row planter, we should be able to cover a serious amount of ground with each pass. Honestly, I'm really interested to see just how quickly we can knock out a field of this size with a setup like this. Once we get this field fully planted, we're not slowing down. I'll fold up the planter, hit the road, and make the haul over to our new 200-acre field, where our Case Steiger 535 is currently finishing up the tillage. And if everything lines up the way I'm hoping, by the time we finish planting this first field, the Steiger should be completely done working that ground, which means we can move straight into planting the next field without any downtime. That's the goal. Keep everything moving field to field and start building some real momentum here at the beginning of the season. So with everything ready to go, let's head out to the field and get the first acres of corn in the ground for year 3. Let's get to work. This really is quite the sight to see. This massive 48-row planter just absolutely chewing through the acres out here in these big fields. It never really gets old watching something like this run. And especially with the row crop system mod, it just adds another level of realism. Seeing the rows actually follow the exact direction of the planter makes everything look so much cleaner and more true to how this would happen in real life. At this point, we've already managed to get all of the headlands knocked out, and now we're moving into the long up and down passes across the field. And honestly, this is where this setup really starts to shine. With the width of this planter, we're covering a massive amount of ground with each pass, so I think we should be able to make some really quick progress here. Before we know it, this entire field will be wrapped up, and we'll be folding everything up and heading down the road to the next 200-acre mega field. Now for this year, with the 700 acres of corn we've got planned, the idea is to split that between grain harvest and silage. We've nearly emptied out one of our bunkers back at the farm, so I definitely want to make sure we get that filled back up with fresh corn silage this season. And that actually leads into something I've been thinking about lately. Our dairy operation. Right now, we're sitting at around 1,400 dairy cows, and our current cow barn is completely maxed out at capacity. So it started to make me wonder, do we look at expanding? There's a couple different directions we could go with this. We could expand right here at the main farm, use some of the grass fields around the yard, and start building out additional cow sheds to increase our herd size. Or we could go a completely different route and look for another piece of land somewhere else on the map and build a second dedicated dairy operation. That would give us a separate yard focused entirely on cattle, while keeping this main farm focused more on crops and equipment. It's definitely something I've been going back and forth on, and I'd be really curious to hear what you guys think. So if you've got any ideas or a preference on which direction we should go, make sure to let me know down in the comments. But for now, we've got plenty of work to focus on out here. Let's keep this planter rolling, keep putting this corn in the ground, and get this first field finished up. Well, guys, that is going to wrap things up for today's episode here on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. We made some really solid progress today, getting year 3 planting officially underway. We managed to get our entire first 200-acre field fully planted, got the planter refilled with seed and fertilizer, and then made the move down the road to this second 200-acre field, where we've already started putting some corn in the ground. Everything is running really smooth so far. The planter is moving fast, the new seed tender is working great, and overall this setup is making planting a lot more efficient compared to last year. On top of that, our Case IH 535 has officially wrapped up tillage on this field, and I've already got that tractor on the road heading over to the next field, so we can keep everything moving without any downtime. Now we've still got quite a bit left to finish here in the second field. So in the next episode, we'll jump right back in, get this field fully planted, and then start moving on to the 3 smaller fields to continue working through the rest of our 700 acres of corn. So everything is starting to come together here. Fields are prepped, planting is underway, and we're building some really good momentum early in the season. Welcome back to episode 47 of the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we're heading back out into the fields as we continue pushing through our year 3 spring planting season here on the Mega Dairy Farm. Over the past couple of episodes, we've been extremely busy preparing what will be over 750 acres of crop ground for year 3, and a lot of major progress has already been made across the farm. Earlier this spring, we took on the huge challenge of dealing with the massive amount of manure that had built up at our dairy operation. We spread millions of liters of solid manure, made some major equipment upgrades by bringing in a pair of the world's biggest manure spreaders, and with those machines, we managed to cover over 400 acres of land, all while relieving a huge amount of pressure on our manure storage back at the dairy farm. Once that manure application was finished, we shifted gears into tillage and brought in our brand new Hillco HC1010 Harrow cart, which allowed us to start working all of that manure and lime into the soil, creating ideal conditions for planting season. Then last episode, we officially kicked off year 3 spring planting in a big way. We pulled out our massive 48-row John Deere DB 120 planter, equipped with our Pattison liquid fertilizer caddy, hooked that entire planting rig up to our biggest tractor, the mighty Case Quadtrac 785, and headed out to one of our biggest fields on the farm. That first field was the 200-plus acre mega field that we created back in year 2 by merging together multiple smaller fields into one huge open field. And with a planter this massive, we made very quick work of it. To kick things off today, I'll be jumping back into our Case Quadtrac 785, firing it back up, getting that John Deere DB 120 lowered back into the ground so we can continue planting our second 200-acre mega field with corn. We've only just gotten started in this field, so I'll begin by making a few more headland passes around the outside. And once we get into the long up and down passes, I'll hand the tractor over to courseplay and let a hired worker finish planting this field while we shift our attention over to several other jobs that need to get done around the farm today. Once this second field is fully planted, we'll already have roughly 400 acres of corn in the ground for year 3, and honestly, that's just getting started. After this field, we still have 4 more fields left to plant, with most of those fields ranging anywhere from 70 to 100 acres in size. The majority of those acres will also be planted with corn, although there are 1 or 2 fields that had corn planted in them last year. So for crop rotation, I'll need to switch those fields over to soybeans this season. But overall, the vast majority of our 750 planted acres this year are going toward corn, and a huge portion of that corn is going to be dedicated towards silage production. And there's a very good reason for that. As I mentioned in the last episode, I've been seriously considering building a second dairy farm, and I think I'm officially going to move forward with that expansion. Once we reach the month of June, we'll be able to sell off the soybeans we still have stored away from last fall's harvest, and that should bring in a very healthy amount of cash for the farm. My plan is to take a large chunk of that money and invest it directly into building our secondary operation, which means right now I'm already beginning to plan crop production around feeding a much larger herd moving forward. That's why silage acreage is becoming such a big priority. If we're going to double our dairy herd, we're going to need a lot more feed. Once I get the planter handed over to Courseplay today, I'll be jumping into the Chevy Silverado 3500 and we'll make our way over to Field 17, which is another field that comes in at just under 100 acres in size. Our Case Steiger 535 is already sitting over there with the Hillco HC1010 Harrow cart attached and ready to go. Once I arrive, I'll begin setting up a new Courseplay course, jump into the tractor myself, and knock out the headland passes around the field before eventually handing that tractor over to Courseplay as well, so it can continue working up that ground while we focus elsewhere. That'll keep our tillage operation rolling while planting continues in the background. From there, I'll jump back into the pickup and head over to check in on our dairy farm, because while all this field work has been going on, our 1,400 dairy cows are in need of some attention. We've completely run out of feed once again, which means it's time to open up the large commodity shed, fire up our mixer trucks, and begin mixing up thousands upon thousands of liters of total mixed ration so we can restock our feed supply and keep our dairy herd fed and producing at full capacity. Keeping those cows happy is one of the biggest priorities on this farm, because happy cows mean more milk, and more milk means more profit. And speaking of milk, we've actually built up a very large stockpile of it. So on top of mixing feed today, I'll also be grabbing one of our semi-trucks, hooking it up to our Walker food grade tanker trailer, and setting up a hired worker to begin hauling milk back and forth from our dairy farm to the local dairy processor. That should start bringing in some very solid profits, and honestly, it comes at the perfect time, because as I continue planning this secondary expansion, building up a large cash reserve is becoming more and more important. Every dollar we bring in now is going to help fund the next major chapter of this mega dairy farm. We got a lot of work ahead of us today. More corn planting, more tillage, thousands of liters of TMR to mix, milk loads to haul, and continued preparation for what could become our biggest dairy expansion yet. Let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Well, now that I've got our Case Quadtrac 785 all set up and handed over to Courseplay to finish planting the rest of this field, I'd say we're in a great spot to leave our planting operation in the hands of a hired worker for a while and shift our attention over to the next job on today's list. So let's hop into the Chevy Silverado 3500 and we'll make our way over to Field 17, where we've already got our Case Steiger 535 sitting and waiting with the Hillco HC1010 Harrow cart attached and ready to go. This field comes in at just under 100 acres in size, so it's another pretty solid chunk of ground that we need to get worked up and prepare before we can move in with our planter and continue adding to our growing corn acreage for year 3. Once we arrive, I'll get the Case Steiger 535 fired up, and the first thing we'll do is create a brand new Courseplay course for this field so we can automate as much of the tillage operation as possible. Just like we've been doing with a lot of our field work lately, I'll take care of the headland passes myself first, working around the outside edges of the field and getting everything open up nicely. That'll give our hired worker plenty of room to work once we turn the tractor loose on Courseplay. And from there, the Steiger can begin chewing through the long up and down passes while we move on and focus our time elsewhere around the farm. And honestly, this is where Courseplay really starts to shine on an operation of this size. Being able to have one tractor planting, another tractor running tillage, and eventually several more pieces of equipment all working at the same time across different parts of the farm is exactly how we're able to keep a large-scale operation like this moving forward efficiently. The more jobs we can keep rolling in the background, the more ground we can cover in a single day. Once we've got the Case Steiger fully set up, the headlands worked up, and a hired worker taking over the rest of the tillage, we'll then continue on over to the mega dairy farm, where we've still got plenty of other work waiting on us. Our cows need attention. We've got milk ready to haul, bedding and feed supplies that need to be restocked, and we'll need to start firing up our mixer trucks so we can begin producing large amounts of total mixed ration to keep our 1,400 dairy cows fed and producing at full capacity. So while our planting and tillage operations continue rolling in the background, it'll be time for us to shift gears and focus on keeping the dairy side of this operation running smoothly. Let's hit the road and get over to Field 17 so we can get this next tillage operation underway. Well, now that we've got both our planting operation and our tillage operation rolling smoothly on course play, I'd say we're in a great spot to leave the field work in the hands of our hired workers for a while and shift our focus back over to another major part of this operation, the dairy farm itself. So let's hop back into the Chevy Silverado 3500 and make our way over to the mega dairy farm so we can check in on our herd and start taking care of a few jobs that have been piling up back at the yard. Once we arrive at the dairy farm, the first thing I want to do is head straight over to the cow shed and check in on how our 1,400 dairy cows are doing. I want to get a good look at exactly what they're in need of, see how our feed levels are holding up, check in on bedding, and also see just how much milk we've managed to build up in storage since the last time we sold any off. With a herd this size, things can build up or run out very quickly. So staying on top of the daily needs of these cows is absolutely critical if we want to keep production running smoothly. And with us already planning for a second dairy expansion in the near future, keeping this first operation operating at peak efficiency is more important now than ever. After we check in on the cows, I'll make my way over to the equipment shed and fire up our Peterbilt semi-truck. Then we'll get it hooked up to our Walker food grade tanker trailer. From there, I'll begin setting up auto drive routes so this truck can automatically back into the cow shed, load up with milk, and then haul those loads into town to the local dairy processor where we can begin selling off this growing stockpile of milk for some very nice profits. This should become a really smooth, automated process once it's all set up, allowing our milk to continuously move out of storage and turn into cash while we stay focused on all the other work happening around the farm. And honestly, this extra income is going to come at the perfect time with how much money we're going to need for our next dairy expansion. Once we get milk hauling up and running, I'll jump into our Kenworth T800 semi-truck and make my way over to our bale storage shed. I should still have one of our Demco step deck trailers loaded up with straw bales, so we'll get that trailer hauled over to the cow shed and begin stocking our cows back up with fresh straw bedding. That bedding is extremely important, not only for keeping the cows comfortable, but also because it allows them to continue producing large amounts of solid manure, which has become a huge asset for our cropping operation now that we're spreading millions of liters of manure back onto our fields each year. So in a way, keeping our bedding stocked up is also helping fuel our field operation. Everything on this farm really works together. After we get the straw delivered, we'll shift our attention over to the large commodity shed because that's where our next big job begins. Once I get over there, I'll check in on our storage bays for hay, straw, silage, and mineral feed to see exactly where inventory levels are sitting. And I've got a feeling we're starting to get pretty low on mineral feed, which means that'll be the first thing we need to address. So I'll hop into our international truck, make a quick trip over to the local co-op, and get the truck fully loaded up with fresh mineral feed before hauling it back to the commodity shed and getting that base stock back up. Once our mineral feed is replenished, I'll jump into our John Deere 7810, which has our Hillco twine wrap remover mounted up front, and begin working through our hay and straw bales, removing the twine and loading material into the storage bays so we can fully refill everything we need to begin large-scale TMR production. Once all of those bays are stocked back up with fresh feed ingredients, we'll finally be ready to fire up our 2 mixer trucks. I'll get both trucks lined up in the loading bay of the commodity shed, set them up on auto drive, and begin filling each truck with the proper mix of straw, silage, and mineral feed. Once loaded, both trucks will begin mixing everything together into total mixed ration, and then our hired workers will automatically drive those mixer trucks over to the cow shed, unload the fresh TMR for the herd, and then return back to the commodity shed so I can refill them and send them back out again. That'll create a nice, steady cycle where we can continuously produce and deliver massive amounts of feed until our 1,400 dairy cows are fully stocked back up. And with how much feed this herd consumes, we're going to be mixing a lot of TMR today. So we've got milk to haul, bedding to deliver, feed ingredients to replenish, and thousands of liters of TMR to mix up for the herd. Let's get to work and get these cows stocked back up on everything they need. Well, guys, I think that's where we're going to wrap things up for today's episode here on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. I'd say we made some really solid progress today and managed to knock a lot of important jobs off our list as we continue working through what is shaping up to be a very busy year 3 here on the farm. Earlier in the episode, we got both our corn planting operation and our tillage operation rolling smoothly on courseplay, allowing us to really start making some serious progress out in the field while we shifted our attention back over to the dairy side of the operation. By the end of the day, both of those field operations have now officially wrapped up, which is great news for us, because that means we now have roughly 400 acres of corn officially in the ground for year 3. And on top of that, we've got our next field fully worked up and ready to be planted as soon as we jump back into the fields next episode. That keeps our planting season moving along really nicely, and we're making great progress toward getting all 750 plus acres planted for year 3. Back here at the dairy farm, we also tackled another huge job, getting feedstock back up for our herd. At the end of the episode, we're still hard at work here inside the large commodity shed, continuing to mix feed, but so far we've already managed to produce and deliver over 200,000 liters of total mixed ration out to our 1,400 dairy cows, which should go a long way toward keeping our herd fed, healthy, and producing at full capacity. Operations like this really show just how much feed it takes to keep a dairy farm of this size running every single day. And as we continue talking about expanding even bigger, that feed demand is only going to grow from here. We also got our milk hauling operation up and running, and that's already starting to pay off in a big way. Our hired worker has been steadily hauling milk into town throughout the episode, and after selling off a large amount of our milk stockpile, we've already managed to grow our bank account back up to right around $1 million. And the crazy thing is, we still have plenty more milk left to sell. That means there's still a lot more money on the table, and every load we continue hauling is bringing us one step closer to having the capital we need to start building our second dairy operation. That expansion is getting closer and closer. Next episode, we'll be jumping right back in where we left off. We still need to mix up a bit more TMR for our cattle, keep milk hauling rolling, and then we'll shift our attention back out into the fields as we continue pushing through our year 3 spring planting season and get our next field planted. But that's not all. Our first cutting of hay and our first round of grass silage are also right around the corner, which means we'll soon be pulling even more equipment out of the sheds and kicking off another major operation here on the farm. And with planting, feed production, hay season, silage season, and a major dairy expansion all looming on the horizon. Welcome back to episode 48 of the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we're picking things up right where we left off as we continue caring for our 1,400 dairy cows, keep milk moving out of the dairy for some more profits, and then make our way back out into the fields as our busy year 3 spring planting season rolls on. We've had a huge start to year 3 here on the Mega Dairy Farm. We recently expanded our operation by adding another 150 acres of farmland, pushing us up to nearly 800 acres of workable land, and we've already made some really solid progress on spring planting with around 300 acres of corn already in the ground. Our biggest fields are planted and growing, but we've still got several more fields left to prepare and plant before spring work is finally complete. On top of that, our dairy cows have been eating through feed as fast as we can make it. So balancing field work and keeping 1,400 hungry cattle fed has become a full-time operation in itself. To kick things off today, I'll hop into the pickup truck and make my way over to the dairy barn so we can check in on how things are looking with our cows and see where our feed and milk storage currently stand. Last episode, we managed to mix up over 200,000 liters of total mixed rations, which was a huge help, but with 1,400 dairy cows on this farm, that feed disappears in a hurry. So I'd like to build that stockpile up just a little bit farther before we shift our full focus back out into the fields. At the same time, we've also built up quite a large amount of milk in storage, and I've already got our Peterbilt 379 paired up with a Walker food grade tanker trailer ready to get back on the road. Once I get over to the dairy, I'll fire that truck up, get auto drive configured, and set a hired worker loose hauling load after load of milk into town so we can continue turning that milk into some serious profit while we tackle everything else we got planned for today. Once that milk hauling operation is underway, I'll head back over to our large commodity shed and jump into the wheel loader so we can continue loading ingredients into our mixer trucks. I've already got the trucks lined up and waiting in the loading bay, and I'll begin filling them with a full mix of silage, hay, straw, and mineral feed so they can start mixing up fresh TMR. Once loaded, those trucks will automatically make their way over to the dairy barn, mix everything together on the drive over, unload feed into the barn, and then return back to the commodity shed so we can keep that process rolling. I don't plan on running feed all day. We've already made a good dent in what our cows need, but I like to run at least a couple more full loads through the system so we've got a comfortable stockpile sitting there for the weeks ahead. After we get our cattle operation topped back up, it'll be time to head back to the fields and get spring planting moving once again. Our Case Steiger 535 is currently waiting over in field 17 with the Hillco HC1010 Harrow cart attached after finishing tillage on that 80-acre field in the last episode. I'll hop into the Steiger, get it fired up, and make the short drive over to field 16, which is a 52-acre field that had corn planted in it last season. Since we're rotating crops this year, this field is planned for soybeans. But before we can get our planter into it, we still need to give it one final pass of tillage. Once I arrive, I'll generate a fresh course blade course, make the first few headland passes myself, and once I'm happy with how everything is running, I'll hand the rest of that field off to a hired worker so tillage can continue in the background. From there, I'll jump back into the pickup truck and make the long drive over to field 63, where our Case Quadtrac 785 is sitting with our massive John Deere DB 12048 row planter. Our hired worker managed to completely finish planting that field with corn in the last episode. So now my next job is getting that planter fully refilled with seed and liquid fertilizer, so it's ready to go straight back to work. Once everything is topped off, I'll make the long drive across the map and head back over to field 17, where we'll begin planting another 80 acres of corn. This won't be one of our biggest corn fields this year, but I'm planning on dedicating this field toward corn silage, which should go a long way toward filling our bunker silos back up and keeping feed flowing for our dairy herd. And once field 17 is planted, we still won't be done. Our next stop after that will be field 22, which is another 70-acre field that we spread manure on and prepared earlier this year, meaning it's completely ready for planting as well. If everything goes smoothly today, we should finish the episode with somewhere around 450 acres planted for year 3, leaving only a small amount of planting left before spring field work is officially wrapped up. My goal is still to push past 500 acres of corn planted. I need to make sure we put enough corn in the ground for silage, because if I move ahead with plans for a second dairy farm expansion, we're going to need an enormous amount of feed to support that next phase of growth. We've got a full day ahead of us, feeding cattle, hauling milk, running tillage, and planting more corn. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota 4X map, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Now that we've got our Case Steiger 535 all set up over in field 16 and handed off to our courseplay worker, that tillage operation should be able to keep rolling along nicely in the background while we turn our attention over to the next big job on the list for today. So with that worker taken care of, let's hop back into the Chevy Silverado and make the long drive across the map over to field 63, where our Case Quadtrac 785 is waiting with our massive John Deere DB1 2048 row planter attached, so we can get our planting operation rolling once again. Our hired worker did a fantastic job over here in the last episode and managed to get this entire field wrapped up, which means our newest 150-acre field is now fully planted with corn and officially growing for year 3. That's a huge step forward for our spring planting season, but we've still got plenty of acres left to cover. And next up on the list is field 17, which comes in at right around 80 acres in size and is fully prepared and ready for seed. Before we can make the move though, we need to get this big planting rig completely topped back up and ready for another full day in the field. Waiting for us over at field 63, I've got our NMLC 390 speed tender parked on the edge of the field, and it's fully loaded with seed, ready to refill the DB120. I've also got our Kenworth T800 hooked up to the Fruhauf dry van trailer, and that trailer is loaded down with liquid fertilizer, which we'll use to refill the Pattison fertilizer caddy that's attached behind the planter. Once I arrive, I'll start by getting the DB120 lined up with the speed tender so we can begin loading a fresh supply of seed in the planter tanks. This massive 48-row planter can hold a lot of seed, but it also burns through product quickly when we've got it running across these big acreages. So keeping it topped up is critical if we want to avoid unnecessary downtime once we get to the next field. After we get seed loaded in, I'll swing around and get our Pattison caddy lined up with the fertilizer trailer so we can refill it with liquid fertilizer as well. With how much acreage we still have left to plant this spring, I want to make sure we leave this field with both tanks completely full so we can maximize the amount of planting we get done before we have to stop and refill again. Once everything is loaded up and ready to go, it'll be time to fire up the Case Quadtrac 785 and hit the road. From there, we'll make the long drive across the map and head over to field 17, where our next 80 acres of corn is waiting for us. Once we arrive, I'll get the planter unfolded, make a few opening passes around the field myself, and then we'll decide whether to keep this massive planting rig in my hands or hand it over to courseplay, so we can continue juggling multiple operations at once. Either way, by the time we leave that field, we should have another big chunk of corn in the ground, and we'll be one step closer to wrapping up what has already been a very busy and productive year 3 spring planting season here on a mega dairy farm. Well, we're down to the final stretch here in field 17, and that means this planting operation is just about wrapped up. At this point, we've only got one final pass left to go before this entire 80-acre field is officially planted and ready to begin growing. And honestly, we made very quick work of this field. That's exactly why I love running this massive John Deere DB1 2048 row planter. When you pair a planter this size up with the Case Quadtrac 785, it's an absolute planting machine. Once we get this rig unfolded and moving, it covers a tremendous amount of ground in a hurry, and fields like this that would normally take a full day or even longer with smaller equipment can be knocked out surprisingly fast. That's a huge advantage for us, especially on a farm of this size where we're trying to cover hundreds and hundreds of acres every single planting season. This field is going to play a very important role for us this year as well, because I'm dedicating all 80 acres here entirely to corn silage, with 1,400 dairy cows constantly chewing through feed, and with me seriously considering expanding the dairy operation even further in the near future. We're going to need an enormous amount of silage to keep up with demand. I've still got quite a bit of open bunker space back at the dairy farm, and my goal this year is to absolutely pack those bunkers full, so we've got plenty of feed stockpiled moving forward. What's exciting is we've already seen what this field can produce. Back in year one, when we first arrived here on the farm, this very field already had a corn crop growing in it, and when harvest season rolled around, we pulled millions of liters of corn off this ground. It was one of our biggest early boosts for feed production, and I'm really hoping we can repeat that success again here in year 3. Especially now that we've got better equipment, a bigger operation, and a much clearer plan for how we want to use our crops. Once we finish this last pass and officially wrap up field 17, I'm not planning on shutting the planter down just yet. I've still got one more field I'd really like to get planted today, and that's field 22, which is waiting just down the road, and is another field that comes in at around the same size as this one. Before we make that move though, I'm definitely going to need to get this planter fully topped back up with seed and liquid fertilizer once again. I'm about to admit, this field used a lot more product than I was expecting. Even though it's only around 80 acres, this big DB120 absolutely chews through seed and fertilizer when it's working at full capacity. It's amazing how quickly those tanks start dropping when you're planting this much ground with a planter this size. So I want to make sure we head to the next field completely full and ready to go so we can maximize the amount of planting we get done before we have to stop again. Once both the planter tanks and the Pattison liquid fertilizer caddy are refilled, we'll fold everything up, hit the road, and make the short drive down to field 22, where we'll fire this big planting rig right back up and keep pushing through our final stretch of year 3 spring planting. Every field we finish now is another major step closer to wrapping up planting season, and another big step forward for the future of this mega dairy farm. As we wrap up these final passes here in Field 22, I've got to say, this has been another really productive day on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm. We managed to get a lot accomplished today. We started the day back at the dairy, got our 1,400 cows fully stocked back up with fresh total mixed rations, kept the milk hauling operation rolling into town for some more profits, and made sure the cattle operation is once again in a really good spot moving forward. From there, we shifted our focus back out into the fields, and we managed to cover a lot of ground there as well. We got another field fully worked up with tillage, and on top of that, we successfully planted 2 more fields with corn, which is a huge step forward as we continue working through our year 3 spring planting season. That now pushes our total planted corn acreage up to around 450 acres, which is a massive amount of corn already growing for year 3. And we're still not done yet. We've only got 2 smaller fields left to plant, and once we get those wrapped up in the next episode, our entire year 3 spring planting season will officially be complete. That'll push us up to well over 500 acres of corn planted, plus we'll have another few hundred acres of wheat and soybeans, giving us by far one of our biggest crop years yet here on the farm. And with that much corn in the ground, especially with a good portion of it dedicated toward corn silage, we should be in a great position to keep our dairy fed, fill our bunker silos back up, and continue preparing for the next major expansion of this operation. This farm keeps getting bigger, the acreage keeps growing, and our mega dairy farm expansion is only just getting started. Thanks. Welcome back to episode 49 of the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. In today's episode, we're heading back out into the fields once again as we officially bring our massive year 3 spring planting season to an end and push toward finishing what is shaping up to be the biggest crop year we've ever had here on the Mega Dairy Farm. Over the past several episodes, we've been extremely busy working across more than 800 acres of land as we continue expanding both our farming operation and our growing dairy farm. At this point, we currently own 8 total fields spread across the map, and together those fields make up right around 800 acres of workable ground. 2 of those fields are dedicated entirely to our grass operation and will eventually be cut for both hay and silage to help keep our 1,400 dairy cows fed, while the remaining 6 fields have been at the center of our massive year 3 planting push. We kicked off this spring planting season by bringing out our massive John Deere DB1 2048 row planter and heading over to our 150-acre mega field beside the local dealership. That field became our very first cornfield of the year and gave us a huge head start toward one of my biggest goals for year 3, getting at least 500 acres of corn planted for our dairy operation. Once that field was wrapped up, we moved over to our newest and one of our biggest fields on the farm, a massive 200-acre field located on the northwest side of the map. We planted that entire field with corn as well. And just like that, our total corn acreage jumped all the way up to roughly 350 acres planted. From there, we shifted our attention toward several smaller fields, ranging anywhere from about 60 to 80 acres in size. And last episode, we managed to plant another 2 of those fields, which added roughly another 150 acres to our total planted acreage. That push brought us extremely close to reaching our 500-acre corn goal, but we ended up falling just a little short. And now, we've officially reached the final stretch of planting season. At this point, we only have 2 fields left to plant before all of our crops for year 3 are finally in the ground. Together, these 2 remaining fields combine for roughly 120 acres, with one field coming in around 68 acres and the final field sitting at roughly 52 acres in size. Once these final acres are planted today, we'll officially have over 800 acres planted and growing, setting us up for what should easily become our biggest harvest season yet here on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm. To kick things off today, we'll be jumping into our Case HC1010 which is currently hooked up to our Hillco HC1010 Harrow cart, and we'll begin making our way over to the larger of our 2 remaining fields. This particular field is actually one we purchased back during the fall of year 2, and when we bought it, it already had a crop of soybeans growing in it, which we harvested shortly after taking ownership. Since harvesting those soybeans, we really haven't done any work in this field, So before we can start planting today, we still need to get in there and work up the soil. Our first task today will be getting this entire 68-acre field tilled up and mulched so it's fully prepared to receive its year 3 corn crop. Once we arrive, I'll begin by setting up a coarse blade course for our Case Steiger, but instead of immediately handing the tractor off to a worker, I actually plan on running the machine myself for a little while first. I'd really like to get all of the headlands worked up manually because that'll give us a much cleaner setup later on once we start bringing in the planter. After we get a couple headland passes completed, that should open up enough room for us to bring our massive Case Quadtrac 785 and the John Deere DB 120 planter into the field so we can actually begin planting the headlands with corn while our Steiger continues working through the center of the field, finishing up the tillage operation. If everything goes according to plan, we should be able to keep both operations running side by side for most of the day, with tillage happening ahead of us while planting follows closely behind, which should allow us to finish this field much more efficiently. And once our Case Steiger 535 finally wraps up tillage in this field, that'll actually mark a pretty major milestone for the farm because it will officially bring all of our year 3 tillage operations to an end. We do still have one final field left to plant after this, but thankfully the field has already been fully worked up earlier in the year, meaning once this 68-acre field is finished, our tillage equipment can officially head back to the farm for the season. After planting is complete over here, I'll then bring our Case Quadtrac 785 back to the mega farm for a quick pit stop, because by that point, after planting hundreds and hundreds of acres already this spring, our fuel levels are probably going to be getting fairly low. While we're back at the farm, I'll also be making one more major change to our planting setup. For our final field of the season, we'll actually be switching crops and planting soybeans instead of corn, which means we'll no longer need our Pattison liquid fertilizer caddy, since soybeans won't require the extra nitrogen application. I'll disconnect the liquid fertilizer cart back at the farm, refill our planter with seed, and then begin making the drive over toward our final field of year 3 planting season. On the way there, I'll stop beside our Chevy pickup truck, which is parked with the J&M LC390 seed tender, and we'll get the DB 120 fully topped off with seed one final time before heading into our last field to officially begin planting our final crop of the spring. By the end of today, if everything goes smoothly, we should officially have over 800 acres of crops planted and growing across the mega dairy farm. And from there, our attention can finally begin shifting away from planting season and toward the massive harvest season waiting for us later this year. We've got a huge day ahead of us as we wrap up tillage, finish planting corn and soybeans, and officially bring our year 3 spring planting season to an end. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're looking forward to this new mega farm series on Courtland, Minnesota for XMAP, please like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. Now that our Hillco HC1010 Harrow cart has made 2 full passes around the outside of the field, we should finally have enough room open up to bring in our planter and begin working on the headlands. Our Hillco setup is working at roughly 25 meters wide, while our massive John Deere DB 120 planter comes in at around 36 meters wide. So with those 2 tillage passes giving us roughly 50 meters of work ground, we should have more than enough space to comfortably get the planter into the field and start planting around the outside edges. Before we fully hand everything over to the workers though, I'm going to jump back into the Case Steiger 535 once we arrive back over here with the planter and make one additional pass myself along this north side of the field, just like I did down on the south end earlier. I've noticed while running this setup that our hired worker with the Hillco Harrow cart tends to lower the cultivator just a little bit late when starting the next pass, which leaves small strips of ground untouched in a few places. It's not a huge issue, but since we're jumping directly in behind the tillage operation with the planter, I really want to make sure we don't leave any little patches of unworked ground behind. So by making that extra cleanup pass myself, hopefully we can avoid any missed spots once the Steiger is fully handed over to Courtland and working on its own in the center of the field. Even once we start planting though, I'm still going to need to keep a pretty close eye on that Steiger. As the hired worker starts reaching the end rows in the middle of the field, there's a chance he could accidentally overlap in areas that we've already planted with corn. If that happens, the Hillco would end up cultivating ground that's already been seeded, which is definitely something we want to avoid. So if I notice the worker getting a little too close to our planted rows, I'll temporarily pause the planting operation, jump back into the Steiger myself, and manually work those tighter areas to make sure everything stays nice and clean. But other than that, I think we're finally in good shape to really get rolling here. We've got our tillage operation moving smoothly, the planter is ready to go, and we should now be able to officially start planting corn into this final large field of year 3 spring planting season here on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm. Well, it looks like we're finally down to the very last pass of corn planting for year 3 here on the Courtland, Minnesota Mega Dairy Farm. Once we finish up this final strip and officially wrap up planting in this 68-acre field, we'll push our total corn acreage for the year up to well over 500 acres, which is by far the most corn we've ever planted in a single season throughout this entire series. That's a pretty huge milestone for the farm, especially when you think about how much this operation has grown over the past few years. Between our expanding crop operation and our 1,400 dairy cows, our demand for feed just keeps getting bigger and bigger every year. So getting this much corn in the ground should put us in a really good position heading into harvest season. And when harvest finally arrives later this year, this corn crop is going to play a massive role in the dairy operation. A lot of our smaller fields will eventually be dedicated entirely to corn silage production, where we'll bring out our forage harvesters and start filling bunkers back at the farm to help keep our cattle fed. Meanwhile, several of our larger fields will be harvested traditionally with our Fendt Ideal combines, allowing us to bring in a huge amount of grain corn as well. But before we can start thinking about harvest season, we've still got one final job left to wrap up spring planting. Now that our corn planting season is officially complete, we'll make our way back over to the mega farm so we can get our Case Quadtrac 785 top back off with fuel. After planting hundreds and hundreds of acres already this year, this tractor has definitely earned a little bit of maintenance. So while it's refueling, I'm also going to take the opportunity to give both the tractor and the planter a quick wash before we head out for a final field. Once that's done, I'll disconnect our Pattison liquid fertilizer caddy, since we won't be needing any additional nitrogen for soybeans. And then we'll officially begin heading over toward our last remaining field of year 3 planting season. On the way there, we'll stop beside the field where our Chevy pickup truck is still parked with the NMLC 390 seed tender, and I'll use that setup to get our massive John Deere DB 120 fully top back off with seed one final time. And then, it'll finally be time to head into our last 52-acre field and begin planting the final crop of year 3. We're incredibly close now. Just one more field left before all 800+ acres are officially planted and growing here on the Mega Dairy Farm. And with that, our year 3 spring planting season here on the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm is officially complete. We managed to get all of our remaining acres planted today, which means we now have over 800 acres of crops officially in the ground and growing as we head into the next stage of the season. We also officially wrapped up all of our tillage operations for year 3, hit our goal of planting over 500 acres of corn, and finished off our final field by getting our soybeans planted as well. It's been a long spring season with a lot of hours spent in the field, but seeing everything finally planted and growing makes all of the hard work worth it. To finish off the day, we'll start sending all of our equipment back over to the mega farm, where we can finally begin shutting down our planting fleet for the season. I'll get our Case Quadtrac 785, the John Deere DB 120 planter, and all of our other tillage equipment washed up, fueled up, and parked back inside the sheds so everything is clean, organized, and ready for the next time we need it. And now that all of our planting is officially finished, we'll finally be able to start advancing time forward into May of year 3 and begin shifting our focus toward the next major job on the farm. Next episode, we'll kick off our first grass harvest of year 3 as we begin cutting hay and silage for our 1,400 dairy cows. And with how much feed this dairy operation consumes now, we're going to need to bring in a massive amount of forage this year. Thanks so much for watching. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next here in the Courtland, Minnesota 4X Mega Dairy Farm. And I'll catch you guys in the next one.